Okay. How is everybody doing? Good to see all of you. I need more coffee. Alright, Kevin? Kevin and Grace. There he is. You can just barely see him. Think you out? We discussed this? Yeah, shit, we did. You're right. You're right. But happy weekend, happy Pride, happy chat, etc., etc., etc. Hope you're all doing great. Much better, thank you. You're welcome. See you guys getting the points in for the challenge already. As of me starting the stream, we're at 12%. So we're still very much on track for that. But anyway, Jester, how you doing? CZ, Remy, Erconium, Matt, Fleece, Priz, Don, Control. Scrolling. Coralath, Kind Buds, Rune, Roddy, Cheeky, Tenor Madness, Space Kitty, Quite sweating bullets behind the scenes, just a little bit. Hey Aaron, how you doing? Just like a little bit. It's like mostly. I wouldn't have set up the challenge if I wasn't prepared to commit to it. So we're good. Everything's fine. Mahoney, how you doing? So today I want to do some meleeing. I know I've been playing melee builds in my normal like builds rotation, but I haven't clickbaited it on a Saturday in a bit. So like yeah, melee build's good, and every once in a while I still see someone in a chat or in or like on Twitter or in official server who isn't so sure about melee. So I like to show options. Also for science, I might do something I haven't yet, and pop on that that bonk ka-chow on Dreadwind just to see. I'm not gonna use it in the build, but just to see, you know? Hey, Britt, how you doing? Word ban from Steve. All right. Space. All right. That's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. No, Control. The answer is no. Outside Quag, thanks for the channel points. Inside Quag. Hey Cheese, how you doing? How's the rest of the stream? New Max event, good to see you. Sora, I hope you're well. We just substitute melee with bonk. Easy. All right, let's do stuff with things. Fuck. I already forgot. See, you're getting me before the coffee kicks in. Steve knows the strats. Already said it? Yep. Alright, we're gonna start with the Dreadwind setup. There's a couple pieces of gear I want to look into for my Ghostblade setup. And at some point I might remake a Storm Dragon's Judgment setup, because what was my Storm Dragon's Judgment setup is now my my Ghostblade one, so. Have a great stream, hope all is well. Yeah, I'm doing great. I hope you are too. I don't like this first room. I've been considering just not doing the bonus in this first room, because it is completely against how this build is supposed to play. But so if you've not seen me play this build, this is my Dreadwind setup. Last stream I got a bit of an upgrade in terms of weapons for this run in particular. Now what I'd been using for most of the time was a lightning element Banshee, but I managed to get a very high damage roll on a primordial purple in dark magic, which is gonna be the most neutral element we can use. Lightning's my preferred, but we have coiled in this featured run, and coiled are resistant to lightning. So that leaves a couple other elements on the table being desirable. Fire's nice, but if I decide to ever use my Twisted Delusion to debuff, that's just going to hurt my damage a lot. Poison would only be advantageous against a very limited number of enemies, so that's out. Cryo is gonna be the next best beneficiary of Soap. It'll be good against the skeletons, but the skeletons are the flimsiest of the enemies, and Cryo has the biggest penalty against flesh. So that still wouldn't work out in my best interest. That leaves non-elemental and dark magic. Non-elemental having the highest base damage, but dark magic having the highest, being the only one with an element left, meaning my elemental bonuses, such as my spell enchant, are still active. And it doesn't have any large penalties, it just has the 10% penalty. So dark magic works out to be the most consistent for this particular run. It's still optimal to element match, like switch to the appropriate one to the appropriate target, etc. But if I was to use one for an entire run, then dark magic is the play here. This count as melee if the action skill doing all the work. I'm torn. It's safely quag melee at least. But I'm also swinging my sword. And it's not the action skill doing all of the work. I'm doing a lot of work. Hey Silverade, how you doing? Black Panther, good to see you. If your Trick Mirror deflects projectiles forward, do you get to play the angles from it? I don't believe so. Because the Trick Mirror's reflects are unique, and I don't think they're gun damage anymore. Play the angles only triggers off of gun damage. But regular reflect shields might, Black Panther? Regular reflect shields might play the angles. Hey Sybil, how you doing? Good to see you. Morning Reckless Monster, how are you? Haven't played since DLC launch, looks like I have 20 castles to catch up with. Look at it this way, you don't have to. Like, no content is locked behind chaos levels. If you'd rather just play what's there at a level you're already comfortable with, then you can do that too. This isn't like Mayhem or OP levels where there's, you know, gear locked behind a certain threshold. Nope. All that changes is number go up. Do you also shoot gun or only melee? I throw these sometimes, and sometimes I'll shoot a Twisted Delusion. But this is a melee build. Down here. You just give up? Yes. I legitimately did. I made a conscious decision to just not care. Where this Curse Crab knows exactly where I'm planning on running every time I Dreadwind. It has stayed consistently just out of reach. Oh, I had the moat on me. Sad. No drops from the chance, that's weird. I had some good items from the Shotgun Bunny yesterday. I got a Volatile Crossblade and a Spore-fused Volatile Rain of Arrows. Ooh. I've not used Rain of Arrows in a little bit. I should change that. Cat, are you good? I should change that. Dreadwind Thump is a little sus. Oh, it's so chunky though, Silver Raid. You can get some good sound effects. You ever use a bad egg with a frying pan? It's so satisfying. It's like this super bassy crunch. Oh, it's so good. You gotta try it. And then you could have Dreadwind sounds in the meantime, in between that. It's a whole percussion section in a build. Absolutely love it. Is there purple melee? Yeah. This is the melee I'm using right now. Now, Rampage Hilt isn't ideal, but meh. I would rather have had an Ancient Hilt, but man, I can't get that lucky. Nearly 2.1k? Yeah. We didn't roll the sword that has the higher crit chance, but 2k base damage on Dark Magic with the 120 crit multiplier is pretty good. Need to get at least, what, 16% today? Yes. Now, something I'm considering is, you know, I'll be lenient. If you guys are close, I can extend. But that's a later question. So I like how the prefix for this combination is called Warcasters, but there's a literal skill called Warcaster that doesn't roll on this combo. Just pointing that out. Okay, I still want Barbaloods. If we get to 96%. Hey J-Bridge, how you doing? I also haven't tried garlic breath yet. It could be entertaining to use on this. Although the knockback probably just makes things not go in Dreadwind range. But it'd be funny to spin around with garlic breath. Just like in real life. Lightning Berserker Barbaload with cooldown. That is definitely trying. Eat some garlic already, dang. How do you feel about speedrunning? Speedrunning what specifically? If we're talking like, how come I keep getting dancing arc torrents with triple crit damage? Like, this is the third time I've gotten this exact spell part combination in this exact vendor right here. Huh. Like, this exact spell. At different chaos tiers. Weird. Yeah, speedrunning what specifically, Arconia? If you're talking like endgame content speedrunning, I was big into that in Borderlands 3. I still hold a couple records, to my knowledge. I haven't checked in a bit though. And in this game, in terms of absolute peak competitive speeds, it would use builds that I don't like Pixies. But I do like seeing how fast I can go. Just in general, in a global sense, I like speedrunning. A lot of the Twitch content I consume is speedrun content. I watch a lot of Souls speedruns and Resident Evil speedruns. I always try to catch GDQ when it's on. There's usually something cool happening there. And challenge speedruns of all kinds of games, be it things like Pokemon or things like Fallout, have always been kind of interesting to me. Dancing Arc Torrent with triple crit damage, quest reward item from Ancient Powers quest. Is it? That would explain that. That would explain that. Hey Comp, how you doing? Aquaman, hope you're well. Amber, good to see you. You watched Summoning Salt? I have not. But I'm always open to recommendations. It's stabbing time. Less than 20%, more of the legit speedruns. I've enjoyed some of the any percent stuff too, Chris, honestly. Watching how crazy Elden Ring any percent stuff got was kind of awesome, but like unique. I've never seen any other game broken wide open like that actually has a following. Like, Elden Ring's any percent route got to the point where you don't fight anything. You literally do not kill a single enemy directly. And it's really fun to watch. Any new spice to this build? Just being Quag Chad. We're farming for some new spice. I also do have an item I could use for spice, but, you know, not right now. Watch the speedrun breakdown on if timers should start after the intro or before the intro of a game. There's been a couple games recently over in the Resident Evil speedrunning community where they've just created a category for no intro for that exact dialogue, like, reason. Like, Resident Evil 3 Remake and Resident Evil Village both have no intro categories because of that dialogue. So, I think it's a valid conversation. I should really hit that when I spawn in instead of at the end. Too spicy. Can I ask what kind of melee stuff you're doing? Mostly stuck farming melee bunnies, so like be more melee might be good. So this is a primarily Dreadwind build comp, but we are capable of doing some pretty good damage with our sword itself in the event that we need to. Here, like this is my sword. This is just a purple. I'm not using a live wire. Nothing cheesy. You can shoot that skull through the anchor as soon as the round starts, at least with the White Rider. Ooh, that's good tech spot. That is good to know. I think I have a free inventory slot. I can probably equip a White Rider for that. Oh, I have a White Rider equipped. there you go. Mostly still stuck with Livewire, trying to get better melees. Only have decent ones. It's not too hard to get one of these, a Rapscallion with 40% melee. Element on it doesn't matter, none of the other parts matter, Chaos Tier doesn't matter, it's just you're going for two specific parts, each blade. The 25% blade and the 15% blade. So that's one to look out for. You could go for a Scalawag, which can have a 25% blade and melee crossbolts. That's a nice one too. If you don't have a Tootherator, that might be a good thing to keep around, because Tootherator applies 9 crossbolts that each do 5% for melee. So 45% melee debuff per shot. Up to a cap of 25 crossbolts. And because they're sniper crossbolts, they have a long duration. Mostly asking what melee weapons are good. It really depends on what you're trying to do. It'll go back to your action skill a lot of the time. So since I'm doing Dreadwind here, great swords are the play for me. So I also end up swinging a great sword. What I've got on right now is just a primordial purple dark magic element with this enchantment. Rampage hilt is not doing me any favors. It's the weakest hilt mod in the game, for some perspective. Storm Dragon. So the thing with Storm Dragon's Judgment is it, like all the other melee action skills, pulls from your melee crit chance. But STJ does not look at your swing speed, it does not look at your base damage. So you have the option of, if you want to go for something that doesn't have the highest base damage, but has a really good crit stats, that would benefit the action skill the most, and you could still obviously swing the weapon to good effect. Can't go wrong with the Twin Soul. Yeah, Twin Soul would probably fit the best there. Twin Soul is the fastest swinging weapon in the game with the right parts, and it also has base of like 18-17% crit chance compared to 6 on this. There are a list of best side quests to do for endgame weapons, wards, other items. I don't know if there's a list, but in terms of ones I recommend, I don't remember the name of the quest. The one that gets you the Heck Waiter, the one that gets you the Last Rites is 20,000 Years Under the Sea. If you're using From the Shadows or plan on using From the Shadows at all, getting a Headcanon is also good. That one's from Armageddon Distracted. If you want an amulet with fire damage and all damage, Clawbringer Power is also on there if you're a Clawbringer. Vorkanar's Cog is good for you. Vorkanar's Cog is great because it's completely fixed stats, so if you need those stats, you just go for that. Yeah, there's a lot of good quest rewards. I wouldn't necessarily always do all of them, but like Arconium said, because that introduces more into your vendor pool, which makes it less likely when you get a quest reward for it to be one you want. But it's grinding mostly for Snake Sticks and Banshees. I like Snake Stick a lot, but it's gonna be more in the alchemical agent side of things. Banshee's a good reliable one. Banshee would be like optimal here for what I'm doing, but the difference between a Banshee and a purple doesn't exist as long as I'm Dreadwinding. So it only affects me during this downtime, you know? And I've not gotten a single Primordial Banshee yet, whereas I've got multiple Primordial Purples. So purples win for me for now. But Banshee's a good one to keep an eye out for. If we get a Banshee and a featured, I'll probably go hard farming her, trying to get that Primordial finally. I said in case you want to have at least every option. Yeah. It'll give you the option of lucking into various quest rewards you might want. Just know that there's an argument for saving the quest for when you might need it, or not doing ones that you're never gonna want. For example, like I'm never gonna want a Goblin Repellent, even if they give it in chance. The gun just doesn't fill a niche that I care for. Mr. Adblock, thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate it. Moist indeed, thank you. Hey Scott, good to see you. How you doing?
Moist.
Moist. Banshee's awful to me for farming, least favorite boss there. Banshee can be a bit of a slog, yeah, be sharp. There's a few reasons Banshee can be like, bleh. One is that a lot of people overcommit to cryo damage, and Banshee's a flesh boss, so it's the least favorable elemental matchup. Another reason is that if you are doing anything that requires you to keep close proximity, like this, Banshee kills you very quickly. She's got an aura that just does that. There's also long periods of time in the fight where you can't interact with her in most conventional ways. So that feels a little frustrating. I get it. You started Remnant on PC? Let's go. I saw, was it Moxie was playing that last night? I didn't happen to tune in because it was hot as shit and I was too busy melting. Three weeks from now. What really makes this build work is a Goblin Repellent. Shut up. You know where most all skulls chests are for every map? Just ignore them. You get all the ones you know, to ignore the ones you don't. I get the ones that I think of in the moment that I know are nearby, and then I ignore the rest. Because ultimately, they're not super impactful. Like, it's like 100 crystals per. Meh. That's not that much. Ban Nightbot. Just expressing itself. Moxie had Abby showing him the ropes. Oh, that's cool. Abby's good at explaining stuff. More people playing Remnant the better? True. I'm also keeping an eye on this vendor, because plate mail can be really good with a good roll. Downloaded the Hell mod for it last night to start messing with that soon. Cool. Favorite boss from Wonderlands? That kind of changes on a moment-to-moment basis, in all honesty. If I had to give an answer right now, probably Barkenstein. Probably Bark. How you doing, Al? There's mods? Yeah, it's easy. Yeah. Yeah, Remnant's a cool game. I very nearly streamed it today instead of this, but I wanted to do melee stuff, so it's fun. Lightning spell shot barba load, but it's only got gun handling. Allergies. Ugh. Do help me soon, please? Yeah, we'll do that, Chris. Seriously. I thought Gloop was one. I thought Gloop was a formless blob. You ever gotten a 4-drop from a bunny? I have. Is Barbalo without an element a bug or just Gearbox being mean? Just Gearbox being mean, J-Bridge. Yeah. It's like a company man rolling 2 passives, or an amulet rolling 1. It's that. I like this game overall compared to the rest of the Borderlands series. Well, first off, I would consider it inherently separate to the Borderlands series. I wouldn't consider it part of the Borderlands series at all. And that's to its strength. Because it's able to do some very different things with game design, and those are some things that I would consider a step forward. So overall, I like it more. It's currently competing with Borderlands 3 for title of my favorite Gearbox release. I put over 6,000 hours into BL3. And that game got a couple years of pretty good support. So I think if this game gets the level of support that that game got, I think it could dethrone it for me. Because currently, in my opinion, this has the most solid launch of any of their titles. Launch to launch. Now, whether that holds up through post-launch support, we'll have to see. Had to contribute my points, I appreciate it, Thermal. And PupT, thank you so much for the 21 months. Do the thing? Yes, thank you. Bah. Health stuff. Ugh. Great assessment is debated on getting it worth a buy then. I would say so. If you are into the build crafting side of things, like targeting a set of items you want to put together to push a build to its limits against like hard bosses and enhanced difficulty and all that sort of stuff, then this game is absolutely up your alley. If you're more of a story-oriented player, maybe wait. Because the story in this game is good, but the content design does not focus on narrative stuff. It's about the gameplay. But if you like dungeon crawling, if you like build crafting, this game's absolutely up your alley. And I would recommend it. If you're looking to get it on PC, !Wonderlands, the command in the title, does spit out my affiliate link, which does give me some financial kickback from 2K if you go through there. But also, if you get the Season Pass edition of the game, Chaotic Great, through that link, you get some cosmetics that you can only get through that kind of affiliate link. Figured I'd mention that. This feels like Health Bug. I'm gonna restart because that feels like Health Bug. I just enjoy Health Bug every once in a while. Blue's still the same. The very last run of last stream, I allowed myself to complete a run with Health Bug. So, I do once in a while. I don't enjoy it, so I don't do it. Like we were talking about, I'm a builds guy, and I get my enjoyment out of a build I've created being challenged. And if enemies are, 35 difficulty levels of health underneath what I designed the build for, that challenge part doesn't show up. How doing today? I'm doing well, Grin. How are you? Hope you're enjoying your weekend. What's current daily population in Wonderlands? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. A lot of times people will, use Steam concurrent player base as a metric for that, but this game does not yet have a Steam release, so we can't use that. I've not bothered to look up the, other stuff, but based on conjecture, based on, trends and, a little bit older data, I'd say this game's around the concurrent players of Borderlands 3. Maybe a little lower, considering Borderlands 3 had the free week on Epic Game Store. So that brought in a lot of people. So it's BL3 or this game, followed by BL2 would be behind both of those. And then TPS, likely because of, there's a couple popular TPS mods right now. BL1 bringing up the rear. Tails being Tails, you know. Into the Ludite, he'll go down. Finished my Frostwilder main story, still love how with Unarmored Defense, Trust and Magic Curses a gain. Yeah. Funny how that works out. I've researched seeing about 200k a day. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. About the same as BL3. Checks out. Finished my first playthrough, started hardcore, go back to my original save files, want to get all gear and restart campaign on Apocalypse. CZ Hardcore Remnant Gamer, let's fucking go. CZ, you know what this means. This means you gotta play with us. I thought that would be last enemy. Hardcore so soon is brave. Have you played PoE? I haven't. Haven't. I agree. I've done 90% of the farming in Nightmare before I even started hardcore. Yeah, I started hardcore after just like getting into Nightmare. Just like getting into Nightmare. I never really got super comfortable on Nightmare before Priz was like, okay, we're playing Apocalypse now. I was like, oh, okay. I want to try it, to be honest. I have no faith in actually completing it, but I like the pressure. Yeah. The more questions I ask, the more Quag Chad you become. I try, I suppose. Doing co-op were relatively nice on you. You were not. One thing I don't like about this feature is a win in almost every area, is that the maps with pirates and zombies, they kind of show the enemy aggression thing. Enemy density is not the main problem there. It's the fact that certain enemy types just kind of don't go out of their way to find you. You have to go find them. And this combination of enemy sets really shows that, especially on wide open maps like these. We're gonna get some new stuff. Do people just go back to it, play the hell out of it? People just went back to it, Steve. It got some mod stuff, but nothing in terms of official content or re-releases or anything. Just a resurgence of popularity. Every once in a while, a game just picks up steam again. You know another game that's been happening with recently? Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. That game, out of nowhere, just got super popular again, despite it being fucking 9 years old. It just had, like, a renaissance of content around it. Why are enemies coded to stand around do nothing? Some of them have weird AI. Thermal, yeah. But there's some that are super aggressive. Like, Cyclops are pretty aggressive. Evil Eye Crabs, in, like, attack mode, are very aggressive. But then you'll have the other crabs that just kinda don't do anything, like this one. Never fought Iskall Queen, but I wasn't very good at Remnant because I'm not a hardcore gamer. Iskall Queen is, like, peak boss design. It's very much the flavor of learn or die. Definitely a more hardcore boss. But I really love the boss design of Iskall Queen. Iskall Queen and Unclean One are great examples of bosses that are just, like, rewarding feeling. Unclean One is not a hard fight at all. But it's a, hey, do the mechanics or get fucked fight. Iskall Queen is that on top of also being hard. She the one you can kill with the spike? Yeah, but if you don't kill her with the spike, there's a whole ass phase that's like, also the timing for the spike is pretty precise. And leaks, if there were leaks, we would not discuss them here. Not only because I wouldn't want to, but also, you know, probably wouldn't look good for a member of the content creation team for the game to discuss things like that, if you want to look at it from that perspective. The only leaks are when I use the bathroom. Dude. Okay. Still proud of doing Daredevil's Charm versus Iskall Queen. Took a while, but so satisfying. It makes sense, though, because it's one of those situations where, like, how much more damage are you taking from not having armor? Not that much, because, like, she already kills you. You just get fast roll and lose set bonuses. That's it. So it's all good, right? Morning, Lotus Great Boss. How am I? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. We're enjoying some neuron activation from melee stuff. Farming for barba loads for various builds. I might also start going for other slots as well. I do want more garlic breaths to science with. Maybe I start going for primordial oil and spice for when they give that gun some love. I don't have much interest in Miasma Mail. I do need more Lich's Augurs. Yo, Loot Lock, you wanna turn on? I should start hitting the Pistol Bunny for Butter Booms, though. That's something I gotta do. If you guys didn't know, Butter Boom, the pistol that's now available after Imelda 4, it's a power crept Luddite. is quite strong. Solo APOC, she can't one-hit you. That's good to know. I mean, I'm sure certain things like the bombs one-hit you, but if her regular combos don't one-hit you, that's actually really nice. On Ellie, though, at least. Yeah. Which means, you know, against a bone health bar with soaked or a ward health bar with soaked, an elemental loot out of the appropriate one could still win out. But for general usage, it's just like, wow. Wonder if we'll see PLC 3. It seems likely, Fusion. It seems likely. Bomb didn't either? Wow, that seems very forgiving. I guess I'm just used to co-op being extra mean. Not been playing yet. What are thoughts on Skeet Prod buff? Utter lunacy. The beam buff, cool. The buff to the gun's actual damage, why? Does the urge work with ambidextrous? No. Your action skill is not on cooldown because you don't have one. Now, interestingly, the game considers you, when you're using ambidextrous, at least for the purpose of the Promise Ring, and I did personally test this one. For the purpose of the Promise Ring, which is action skill ready condition, the game considers ambidextrous as meeting that condition. So, when you have ambidextrous, your action skill is ready, but it is not on cooldown, and it is not active. It cannot be activated. So, you won't get the urge, but you do get Promise Ring. Gotta figure out how much percent the stickies do. I don't know if it's been dug into. Khan was the only sniper that needed it. Yeah, unfortunately, Fusion, what they did, effectively, ended up making the Khan and the Sawmill switch places. Now the Khan is fine. I still think the ammo cost could go down to maybe 3. But it's fine. But now the Sawmill sucks. So, like, we went from one bad sniper to one bad sniper. It's just now a different bad sniper. Damn, that was a big hit. Holy. That's what happens when you get Blast Chill on a crit. Wondering why they even touch snipers? Because people very vocally ask for it. I've been preaching about the power of feedback for a while. If enough people make something the topic of conversation when it comes to balancing, it gets eyes on it. And that isn't always a positive thing. It's happened time and time again. Which is why having these balancing conversations is so important. Which is why sometimes you'll see me screaming to the void participating in a conversation that is against people who aren't trying to be constructive, because getting more informed opinions out there is important for these things. Snipers didn't need to be touched outside of the con. Anyone who has been using snipers and building around them knows this. But lots of people who haven't been expressed a counter opinion. And guess what? Their view got more steam. Simple as that. Snipers weren't awful once they buffed, besides the con didn't seem necessary. The Envy was in a position where, like, whatever, right? Envy was just kind of fine, and after the buff is just kind of fine, whatever. Carouser absolutely didn't need it. Skeet Prod, sure, fix the bugs, make the beams actually do something, but increasing the damage? No. Tootherator, whatever. It's mostly a utility gun anyway, so like, it doesn't really change much. But Sawmill didn't need to be moved in either direction, in my opinion. Sawmill's a good example of making changes just because people mention the item a lot. And sure enough, I'm sure if you went on Twitter and searched Wonderland snipers, one of the more common things you would see is people complaining about the Sawmill's ammo costs. Now, are any of those people building for ammo regeneration in any of their builds? No. Which is why any build around the Sawmill that existed before the hotfix is now weaker, but the Sawmill on builds that didn't put any investment into it whatsoever, so are using it in its weakest possible state, those get to shoot the gun longer for less DPS. This is why, if you're going to advocate for any sort of balancing change or improvement, regardless of whether I agree with you or not, I would advise specificity. Because if you say things like sniper buff, sniper buff, sniper buff, then the Carouser gets buffed. Which it's been buffed twice now. The Carouser has been buffed twice. Assault rifles need something? I agree. Weaker action skills, such as Feral Surge? I'd love to see some love for Feral Surge. Feral Surge, Barrage, Blizzard, Dire Sacrifice. I think those are the ones I'd like to see touch. Cleansing Flames, of course. But even with the sniper buffs, people who didn't know how to build snipers before try for 5 seconds, so they don't do damage to their builds, so they buff them up. I'm sure there's going to be people saying that about the Steep Rod, and the Carouser. And the NB. Tootherator as well. Sawmill, I feel like because they can hold the trigger down longer, they'll be less rough on the Sawmill, which is ironic because that's the one people should be concerned about. They'll still dislike the Con because of the ammo consumption and fire pattern. Either make Blizzard track better or last longer to compensate for it being slow. I'd like either of those changes. Those are good suggestions in my opinion. Thunder Anima Quad Bow and Manual Transmission use buff. Manual Transmission got an individual one, and honestly, its peak DPS, once you get it rolling, isn't bad. Like, it's genuinely not. But it's so awkward to use. I don't know if you can put the Manual Transmission in a state where people like it without it being overpowered, you know? But Quad Bow, Thunder Anima, absolutely. 100% agree. I'd like Rogue Imp to get unnerfed. Like, you don't need to give it a net buff, just put it back to where it was before the nerf, that's all. Using a Thunder Anima yesterday on Mist Answer and actually is doing work when the special effect kicks in. My problem with that is inconsistency, because you have to have it pretty close to overheating for the special effect to start kicking in, and even then it is random while you are in that heat range. So it's a lot of time investment for something that's still not reliable. And I like consistency. Thunder Anima, without its effect kicking in, is just a bad live wire. Like, I mean live wire as in shooting it. Better passives on assault rifles? What do you mean? Spell shot needs buff, absolute garbage, worst class. Would I ever take spell shot when I get better passive spell damage buffs from armor, rings, myth rank? Completely falling behind other classes IMO. Devs clearly don't care about making spell shot viable or good. Well said, Borbotron. Buff spell shot. It's not Sword Saturday, it's Thanatos Saturday. Understandable, Viper. Understandable. Good to see you. Worlds, hope you're well. And Poison Dart, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Generous as always. It means the world. Thank you so much. If you got gifted a sub by Poison Dart, who's gifted 219 in the channel. Absolute legend. Please toss some love in the chat for them. It's a pistols. Yeah, Poison Dart on that Quag Chat energy for sure. Maybe watching the boys. I still haven't started. I still have not started. It's like, it's been on my watch list for years now. The right mood's gotta strike me, you know? I'm one of those people where getting me to watch a show or play a game is so difficult, but if you can get me to do it, usually I immediately get addicted. What do we got here? Ruby Spite.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Message. Handbow, Catatumbo. I should look at the Fear Knots.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Things I want from this pile, I want Primordial ×2 liquid coolings, and I want Butterbooms. I will also accept decent Chain Lightning Fear Knots. That's not a Chain Lightning, it's regular lightning. Definitely a great subversion of what you expect from superhero story. Yeah, I've heard it's good at that. Quag Pride indeed. Everything's in the bunnies now. After you complete Imelda 4, yes. But you have to complete Imelda 4. That's the wrinkle. And putting it bluntly, Imelda 4 is not a fun fight. You can Dreadwind her. That's nice for me. That worked out well. But phase 1 of Imelda still sucks. And then it's just... But yeah, once you complete Imelda 4. Pixies that shoot chains of live wires, that shoot chains of lightning. Pain. Get home every day off work and just saying just got off work. Honestly, worth getting a job just to be able to say it. Let's go. Watching my boy right now. Hey, Rapid Fire, how you doing? Kirk, hope you're doing well on this fine Quag Chad day. Jumbo's too weak, next mirror boss should be better. Yeah, interestingly, we ended up with a situation where first mirror had sleeper gameplay, an acceptable boss with one form that sucked. But the boss didn't have a lot of health. So like, the boss was fine, but the gameplay wasn't. And then in the second mirror, we got a better mirror with a worse boss that only had one acceptable form, and then 3 bad ones. Hopefully we get something more moderate in the next one. There are lists of DLC 1 and DLC 2 gears. Loot Lemon. LootLemon.com is your one-stop shop for if you want to look at an item card of any item in any of the Lands games. The site's got you covered. If you want to know where an item comes from, the site's got you covered. You a spell only character? Not really, because I suppose I'm kind of technically working on one. I have a Berserker Graveborn spell build that I'm working on. Not quite satisfied with it yet, though. It's health bug again. Wish this would stop happening. This is definitely health bug again. I have a Berserker Graveborn spell build that I'm working on, but it's work in progress. I don't want to do it on Spell Shot because Spell Shot's uninteresting to me. My launcher build, I guess, doubles as a spellcaster build because, surprise, surprise, it's Spell Shot. So, I guess that counts. Especially when you hit her with one shot, she teleports right, then left, then right, then left, then right, rinse, repeat for 30 seconds, feels bad troll, yeah. And then in her second phase, in any of her forms other than the third one, you cannot hit her with most action skills. Now, luckily, you can Dreadwind. Phases 2, 3, and 4, or forms 2, 3, and 4 of Imelda in phase 2, you can Dreadwind her. That's one of the few action skills that actually still works. So that's cool. But unfortunately, Dreadwind doesn't hit the first phase. So it's a bit of a weird situation to be in. To reach the boss, try jumping. Elden Ring. It's the funniest build to use. Funnest build to use. Dreadwind looks great. Trying to get work on one myself. I mean, it kind of depends on my mood, honestly. I have a couple builds that are go-tos. I have this Dreadwind set up. I have my Ghostblade set up. I have my Mist Dancer, which is my kind of standard gunplay build. I've got my launcher build. It's fun to showcase. It really depends on my mood. I'm not a person who's able to pick favorites in the majority of situations, whether that comes to like food or music or, you know, builds in video games, because I enjoy multiple things. So it really depends on my mood. Picking additional Dragonlord curses stack increased percentage of crystals you can earn? Yes. Ran into a wall last night. I was working on the build, obviously don't have perfect stuff, got to Chaos 21, of course dumbass unlocked Imelda, thinking maybe I'll get a Barbaloid, ran to Imelda on the climb. Ooh. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. That is one of the situations, Worlds, where going Frost Shiver proves to be better than going Frost Wilder. Because you get the option to situationally swap to Ghostblade with Frost Shiver. Whereas that's not on the table. If you're Spore Warden, you just kind of have to suffer. So that could be a modification to the build you could make for the climb, if you feel the need to have that safety net. Back on Godfall now that Exalted things easier? Yeah, I gotta try that. Actually getting the shards unlocked. Sounds like a good time. Morning, son. How you doing? Builds it today? We Dreadwinding right now. We Dreadwinding. Using a purple greatsword. This Rampage hilt is starting to grow on me. I still think it's the worst hilt mod in general, but for situations like this, it's honestly not bad. Because when I get a crit that blast chills with this thing, it does that. That's very strong. And that's cryo versus flesh off of a dark magic instance. So, penalty and then another penalty. Like, if there were magic elements involved at all here, ooh. Take the brains of the Wonderlands Gurus. The spells from Polymorph target get the bonuses to spell damage from enchants and whatnot? Yes. Yes, they do. Yeah, I accidentally used Dreadwind to hit that barrel into a wall once, and then realized it was optimal, so now I do it almost every time. There. It's just better to do that. Thanks, man. You're welcome. Yeah, Polymorph's a great action skill. It's got so much utility, like way more than Ambi does, honestly. Almost cheesed the Mountain Pearl again. It's hard for me to hit him when he's standing on my head. Hit me. Hit me. See, this is what I mean about crab AI. I'm literally hitting him, and he's just like, no, I'll give you a chance. No, fuck me up. Instead of Mountain Pearl stand on my head while keeping me stuck in a corner, I died. But did you live? Polydevo top 3 action skill and slept on, like how? Because popularity of another thing. It's similar to how the Cursed Wit is ridiculously popular. Like, the more we learn about theory crafting in this game and the more new things that come out, the more shit Cursed Wit is. It's actually really funny. Reminds me a lot of that. What's your favorite red text? In terms of what the text is, or in terms of, like, what the effect is? Or since I saw Blazing Calamity and Poly decided to build towards that, can do C35 on a leap but not fast. Yeah, that's a really potent combo. What's it based off of? I really like the Harbinger red text because Mass Effect 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. And the Harbinger is a direct reference to that game. So that'd probably be my favorite. Hagwaiter says Rip and Tear, which I enjoy. Yeah, that's a cool one. Chartreuse. Well, the Blank Slate played PoE for years. Yeah, yeah. Blank Slate has, like, multiple PoE references, doesn't it? Bolt Lash with 2 extra charges. 5 charge Bolt Lash. That's interesting. You could pretty much always be casting with that. Just like at all times, forever. That is definitely more than enough charges for you to just be casting and shooting, and you'll eventually get Sever the Thread. I think I justified it enough for me to pick that up. I'm looking out for these as well. I want to get a channel cast one of these. When the game was very new, in the first like few days, people were doing boss one-shots with this. And this was pre-double knot. This was like people were just doing it with Blast Gasp. And Blast Gasp has only gotten stronger since then. And of course, double knot tech is now a thing. So I want to bring these concentrated magic barrages back. Gotta get ready for a catch it later. I have a good one, Fusion. 4K card. Yeah, these used to be higher as well, decks. These used to be 5K at Volatile. They did catch a nerf when they reworked concentrated magic barrages. Basically, they had 2 projectiles, even as the 1 projectile version. They removed 1 and lowered the damage a little bit. But then they increased the damage of the multi-projectile ones. So it brought them closer together. But even post-nerf, this thing has 4K as a simple cast. Now, Channel is going to hit even harder. And it's got a decent crit chance on there. Sure, that's with 1 crit chance part, but that's a decent crit chance. Like, it's promising. I haven't seen much from Arctorn since their adjustments. I gotta work with those a little bit too, yeah. Pasta, regular voice, got saved for the stream. Alright, what have I got? Alright, we got this one. We got this one. Skeep look fucking delicious. I would never actually eat one because there's only like 6 of the fucking things left, but goddamn they look tasty. They just sit there and eat Fate Makers all day, so they get very little exercise. It's fucking sheep veal, and we all know it. Imagine just vast herds of these lazy, adorable, delicious fuckers out in the countryside, just waiting to be made to a mouth-watering meal. Skeep tacos, skeep slice on your fucking pizza, skeep jerky. Sky's the limit. So why is my inventory full? Oh yeah, I picked up a sword explosion. Do I need that? I don't. I'll sell that. Do I need that? I don't. Skeep Tartar. Just have spell shots make more skeeps. That if the spell shot maintained the spell, could you just continue to eat it? That's probably ethically fucked, though. Would it have to be a channeled spell? Yeah. Hey, Palka, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Crack is Skeep? Yes. Is Skeep just made of magic? I don't know. Yeah, we don't know the health impact of that either. Garlic breath with a radius part. Continuously eating Skeep. These are the real questions. Glacial Cascade does indeed slap. You're correct, game. Why does Pincushion suck for me? Pincushion the melee weapon? Because it sucks. Yeah, that's an easy one, because that melee weapon sucks. Just me or is Dynamo bad? Um, I think Dynamo is going to be more useful for the fact that it is the only spell I know of that does self-damage. The initial explosion that spawns the dynamite on the Dynamo, it can do self-damage. So I think that's what's useful about it. Rather than anything else it might do. Ooh, volatile empowering sigil with a radius part. Does the barrel do that too? No, Barrel Maker does not do self-damage. Interestingly. How much time do you take shuffling these items to the right character? Not enough, because I would have more bank space if I did it more. Like, my backpack's full and my bank's full right now. My bank's at 510. I need to do something about that. So, inventory management now, I guess. I should keep that one. Get rid of that one. Hey Sinju, how you doing? Feel that? I need to spend an hour going through the inventory? Yeah, Jenga. I really should stop putting that off. Son's graduating high school today? Hey, congrats. That's such a big day. Good for him. Good for him, Kurt. Very quag Chad of him. I want to make a spreadsheet, but I feel like I would not update it often. Yeah, that's the trouble with spreadsheets. It's such a commitment to, you know, if anything about it changes, it's like, So, like, if you make a spreadsheet of, say, elemental matchups, you know, that's something you only need to do once, and you're good. But if you make a spreadsheet of what you have on a character versus what's in your bank, then that stands to change pretty often. I'm like, ugh, I could never maintain that. It'd be really cool if we had bullet reflection while in Dreadwind. Because, like, the enemies can have it, why can't we? You know? Saying is you're looking for a secretary? Sure. The moment you wand bullet reflection, I was like, the fuck are you going with this? Yeah, I realized that. Oh, you went over there. It is a bit annoying sometimes that with the greatswords, enemies will just fly. Like, that would make sense for a hammer. Sure. I know with the sword you'd achieve the same effect if you didn't cut through them, but it also just knocks enemies out of range and feels weird. Say I feel old. Graduated high school 5 years ago, so I graduated almost a decade ago. 10 years... today. That's weird. Pretty sure 10 years today. I didn't look at the date. Either today or tomorrow, 10 years. Most places graduate the same day, I'd assume. Yeah, it does make sense. Rather make 200 plus mules named after every item than try to keep up with the spreadsheet. Yeah. Yeah, me too. Eventually in BL3 I got to a point where I no longer needed mules because I would just, like... cheat. I need an item? Cool. I'll edit it in. But that was something I only started doing years into the game. Exclamation point cheating. This is a situation where an ancient hilt would be preferable, because I could get back a bunch of duration, a bunch of cooldown from just hitting this Dragon Lord statue. Instead, I'd kill things, which, with Barbalode, isn't really a big ask. It's another cool thing here. The strikes are putting crossbolts into the statue, and then Barbalode Dreadwind. Clear the map. Scrunt's been working on some tooling. I joined him trying to make inventory management easier via third-party tools. Yeah, Scrunt mentioned that. That kind of resource would be pretty cool. Another good thing about the pace so far we've had for content releases for the season pass is we're already real close to that point where you know, the land's modding community can start to do their thing without worrying about stepping on toes. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, can we make crab enemies just, like, more aggressive? Would that be a thing? Yes, I step in random fire to turn on my amnesia. It's more Chad shit. Doing these no elite, no raid runs for a reason? Fun? You asking that question for a reason? Crabs act so clueless. They do. Like, you could be hitting them and they just don't really acknowledge it. It's very weird. Hey, Butter, how you doing? Hey, Ford. Hope all is well. All is good. All is good. We're just vibing, doing some chill fast runs. I'm keeping an eye on this. You see, this is tempting. Blast Gasp, area damage, plate mail. But I don't love the skill distribution here, so I'll keep looking. I'm gonna keep an eye on this vendor. This chest, and going for PLC 2 stuff from the bunnies. Gonna run, enjoy the stream. Have a good one, loading screen, boss. Thanks for stopping in. You say fun? I'm offended. You must play the game to get an idea. Have been able to keep up busy work this week as the final week to get PLC 2 and bunnies? Yes. If you do a meld of 4, it all gets added to the bunnies. Oh yeah, I mentioned Dynamo self-damage before. So that would have use on this build if I wanted to, you know, get my amnesia going like that. Maybe I'll keep one in my backpack. Any God Roll primordials? God Roll is such a weird term. Like, for example, imagine this Buffmeister is primordial, but it had Pew instead of Kachow. No longer God Roll for this build. God Roll is subjective and build dependent. I don't like the term because it's like, unless it's for something that's only purpose is one thing, then it's not a God Roll. Like if you get a max damage on a gun, sometimes that's God Roll, but like, I don't like the term. It doesn't really explain anything. Splintering Ice Spike with an extra projectile. I haven't used these much. I don't like the pattern for them, honestly. But maybe I try to use something with them. Because 9 projectiles is a lot. That's a pretty good cooldown, pretty good crit chance. What do you do with these that you wouldn't do with the other ones instead? Terms or stats of armor for a popular build people use. Well, that's the thing. I don't play popular builds that people use. I play my builds. Like, while people are out there throwing pixies, I'm using Dreadwind, you know? So, things that would be a god roll for them, you know, not necessarily good for me. Okay, this is the concentrated magic barrage I was looking for. It doesn't have the parts or the chaos tier, but channel cast, no crit parts. It's 10% base crit chance. That's pretty good. no damage parts, no chaos tier, breaks 3k. Channel cast. It's got no crit mult on the card, so what ideally for this I probably want extra projectile, crit damage, spell damage. This is 12.3 cooldown with a cooldown part. Sure, whatever. It's fast enough. Or the ghost blade finger flickers in the house. Hey T-Dog, how you doing? Only god rolls should matter is the best stats you get on blank slate. I've gotten a couple of those. For any of my builds. I'm thinking, I mean, last right's parts don't change, so does that count? So like, I guess. In terms of other slots, no. Yeah, no. I mean, I guess this White Rider's... I think that's max damage. But do I have any builds that are, like, built around the White Rider? No. Glacial Cascade's still worthwhile? Yeah, it's a good spell. I have this, but I refuse to acknowledge this. This is just here in case I decide to be rude. I guess Body Rune? That's technically a perfect Body Rune. Yeah, I don't even, like, conceptualize perfect primordial stuff for builds because it's not... Ooh, Butterboo. It's not realistic, nor is the game balanced around it. Like, it's not even a goal for me. I plan around volatile in, like, every item slot. Now, on a build like this where I've got good volatile melee weapons, I'm now starting to target primordials. I've got 2 elements covered. But these are not perfect rolls by any means. And that's just because I've already acquired, you know, the tier down. So I'm passively keeping an eye out for upgrades. The primordials aren't realistic as a goal, nor are they necessary for anything. ×3 Scalawag with damage crossbolts. I kind of want to try one of those out in a gun build, but like at the same time, I just don't feel like it. Also, you hate Buffmeister? I do. Wag on a Saturday in this economy? Hey, Zippers. Ball you got yesterday was insane. Want to see that news soon? Yeah, I gotta do something with that. Yeah. Loan. Thank you so much for the resub. This one popped up again. Yeah, on the quest reward. Thank you for the 4 months with the 2 streak. Good on you for being able to enjoy the game. I don't. It's nice to see you playing shit like. Yeah. Well, I like what I like. ×3 Scalawag? Yeah, Viper. It can roll ×3, but the accessory that gives that 3rd projectile is... It's mutually exclusive with that blade, so you can't get a bladed ×3 Scalawag. Morning, Swin.
Honestly,
How you doing?
Good on you for being able to enjoy the game with smiley face. I don't, but it's nice to see you playing what you like, smiley face.
There it goes. Thank you again, Lon. I appreciate it. I hope you've been doing well. Also morning. Hey, Snowstorm. We'll do elites on this one. Allergy's been ruining me now that my cough's gone. There's got HP. Allergies kick my ass too. I feel it. Any way to increase melee radius? Use greatswords. One of the trade-offs that Valor manufacturer has versus the others is you lose the melee lunge and you have a slower swing speed, but you have a much wider cleave radius. You can hit things from farther away, you can hit multiple enemies at once more easily. So think of them as having increased melee radius. I would like to see them one day do weird things with melee weapons, like give us a really slow Swift and like a really fast Valora. Just to kind of turn things on their head a little bit. You're gonna send a tower with arm assist on first couple things, doing so many takedowns. Nice. Melee range perk like Amar had would be cool. I mean, we already have that built in though. Melee attack from a slide and you get an increased range. Even if you don't lunge. Those strikes just fly through the wall? Fucking probably. Furior's busted. Dixie first room is funny. Yeah, it's just like enemies aren't aggressive enough for me to actually be able to melee and do the bonus, so I just end up throwing strikes for room 1. What's that? Alright, non-hammer, fuck you too. Really? I just bought my drift. That's so rude. Guess we're doing it like this, huh? Come here. You're gonna give me that level of trouble, Taunt Hammer. I'm gonna farm your ads. Hey Zubsy, how you doing? It's a weed. Want to say hey, gotta work and lurk for a bit, no sound. Thank you, Dillweed. I appreciate it. Finally completed 100% overworld, my second character. Nice, congrats. It's a nice little stat increase for doing all that stuff. I think it's worth the time. I'm just low effort, and I have a bunch of characters that haven't done it, and I won't do it on them. Just because I'm lazy. One of every character, some a lot to grind. Yeah, I'll take you a bit. Next one I bother to like max out will probably be when we get the new class. I'll do it on that one. Thanks, Barbalord. Allergies. Cool question. If a lightning chuck pistol has ×2 on it, does it affect the chuck? You don't get 2 lightning bolts, but the damage of the lightning chuck will be lower because the card damage is lower. It does not account for multiple pellets, so it'll go off of the damage of one of those 2, which means less. So for lightning bolt chucks, you want to have ×1. Also, since the shot before you can chuck will consume 2 ammo per shot, you'll have a smaller percentage of your mag remaining, meaning that will also lower your damage. Morning, brain farts. How you doing? Hope you have for the next class in terms of gameplay. Nothing specific, I just want it to be something meaningfully different. I want there to be a different gameplay loop. I don't want, hey, this class good at gun, this class good at companion, this class good at melee, this class good at spell. We already have those covered. I want something meaningfully different. All elites just over 10 minutes. Not going particularly fast. Haven't even gotten max dice on my main save, still around 160, 180. Appreciate your streams, Quag. Good opinions always, not afraid to call out trolls. Hey, thank you, Silent Rage. I do my best to have a good environment where we can have good conversations, but also hang out with some decent people, and transparency, honesty, that stuff's very important to me. So I'm glad you're getting that vibe. It does mean a lot. Maybe a class around increasing pixie damage. I'm just decent to you. Damn, cancelled. Quag is over, party. Hi, just decent to you. God damn. Want a healer and buffer? I like the idea of that too, but something to keep in mind is that this is still a lands game where DPS is just generally like the answer. Chain lightning, fear not. Volatile. Yeah, take that. So keep in mind, one of the reasons Spellshot's so dominant right now is because it's just big damage number. It's gonna have to have some focus on dealing damage in a meaningful way to at least shift attention away from that class, at least. So as much as I like the idea of healing, buffing, and stuff, I think it's gotta do more than that. Though, if there was a game where they could get away with like a pure support type character, this would be it, considering the multi-class system. So, multiple opinions. Love and Chillmonger build, past Chaos 7, hey, let's go. Had to unload groceries and stuff, have to get anything you're looking for. We got a butter boom, but it was ×1. Can be up to ×3. So I think I want a ×3. I do want to use Quaking Sunders. It's been a bit since I've actually used them. They're really good. Just we've been getting so many Iclops rooms in a bunch of weeks that I'm just like, nope, not this week, not this week, not this week. But this week is a good Quaking Sunder week. How are you? If that's at me, I'm doing well too. I'm doing well. If that's at anyone else, I hope they're doing well too. Let's do a normal run. I want to get some other bosses in the mix here. I want to see how fast I can do certain other ones. You'll see account-wide in terms of progression. No, it's character specific. So, unfortunately, you gotta suffer through Imelda 4 on any character you want to farm those items on. Yeah, pain. At least with Chums, you only had to do week 1. With Imelda, you gotta do week 4. I hope they do not do the Imelda approach anymore. And I mean that in several ways. For time later, I'll take care. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping in. Pixies are great for us, me, her, him, they, them, and I. Pixies are great for all man and womankind. Pixies are great for humanity as a whole. Pixies are great for enjoyers, enjoyees, and enjoyettes of Pixie lands. I confess. That's a pasta and a half, Wolf Booty. Felt great. Don't forget there are non-binary pals also want a Wumbo. We all Wumbo. There you go. I think after this run, maybe we do some Ghostblade. Or actually, there's a couple things I want to test in this build still. It's gonna be toxic though. It's gonna be real toxic. Like the more I think about it, the more I'm like, don't do this. Don't do this, me. I gotta do it. Gotta do it, though. Petition to turn on fall damage for enemies. Primordial Pookie's Chew Toy with my vendor. Times 5 on it, way more I could afford. Pookie's Chew Toy is fixed parts, so it's always gonna have that times 5. Yeah, it'll be expensive, but Pookie's Chew Toy, great gun. Great gun. Whenever people are starting out their progression, it's one of the weapons that I recommend that they do a quest for, because it does have those fixed parts. Meaning they don't need to worry about, you know, getting a good version beyond hoping they get it at a Chaos tier that they have available. It's just a good, reliable gun. Slap on a lot of different builds. Really allergic to Wumbo? Tragic. Action skill duration. I suppose I still want upgraded rings. Like, I want more duration. And this Shark's Bane could be a lot better. Ooh, Dragon Lord statue on this map. I don't think I've seen that. Oh no, I have. I remember because it's got really good proximity to quartz. Like, this is a really good Chaos Chamber room. It's very efficient. You can hit one quartz to get a Dragon Lord statue. Come up here, hit this one. Yeah, I love the room layout here. That was so awkward. Totally my fault though. Yeah, this guy's ringing my bell. Elite's no joke. I suppose this is where the dark magic weapon falls off. I was using it out of convenience when it's featured, but I should probably go back to using more optimal stuff. Go offline and do tier 4 chums that unlock all 4 chums online, assuming no. It wouldn't change how any of it works. Offline wouldn't affect anything there. Cat, you need to stop knocking over my fucking recycling. Yes. Yes, you. Meow. Jake, I didn't do nothing. Yeah, Jake is just vibing. He's just laying down on the other side of the room. He's just chilling. That was Kevin stopping in. Can this heal out-heal that barrel? Huh, that's nice. But all 4 levels are unlocked for chums if you went offline if you don't have 4. No, you still need to do them in order. You still need to do 1 to unlock 2, etc. Even if offline. People were going offline to get access to forms early, but like, they still had to do them. I was gonna switch back to the lightning one, but every time I fight a coiled, I'm like, nope, dark magic to play. Also, the healing is almost nothing, but it's not nothing. It's only almost nothing. Just have to think you've formerly wild animals chilling you enjoy life. Not really. I really thought about it like that. Drill, beautiful, cool. I actually want a drill. So we'll start here with fire. We can start with lightning. Let's start with fire. I missed. You know what? No. I'm taking that bleed out. I want to restart. I want to see how fast I can do this when executed properly. So I'm taking the death here to reset the fight. Drill, whose ass got chunked. Drill, let me fucking through. Holy shit, my guy. You guys see how long I was stuck there? No, I have lives. I have lives. I can keep doing this. I gotta wait to spin. We gotta go slower to go faster. Step drill. I'm stuck. I am the washing machine. And you're stuck in me. You quote. I didn't plan that well. Mushroom? Am I in range? I'm not. What? It was right there. It was right there. Alright, I got too aggressive. I need to actually stop screwing around. Unfortunate. You gonna fail this run? No. Azure Sigils protect you from Drill's bathwater. I mean, fortifying sigils heal you through partially. You just need to jump enough. Unfortunately, my amnesia is actually what contributed to my death there. See, that's what's supposed to happen there, because I actually got uninterrupted access to the boss. Sometimes he'll just kind of put his arm in the way and you can't quite get that, but it went well there. He's blocking me, but I got him. I got him. There we go. I messed up quite a bit in the first phase, but that ended up going well. So you absolutely can melee drill. It's just his hitboxes are very awkward, and you gotta build for it. This is an approach you can do. You can also just Ghost Blade, LOL. You can get a vampire hilt, And as long as you have enough swing speed, you can just stand in the drink and hit. If you don't have enough swing speed, then you can just bunny hop, and it cuts down the number of ticks you take. Obviously the fortifying sigil I was using helps quite a bit. Any other healing you might have passively. Shroom can't get you into the drink? Yeah, it's annoying. Cape of Tides, 3 Ancient Fury, 2 Unyielding. 2 more Unyielding is an extra 1% missing health and 1% max health. How much do we get for the max health while in rage? That's not insignificant. I gotta mess around with that skill more though, before I commit to using an inventory slot on that. I could get a better con, let's sell that. Sorta hard in the first place. GG in that fight. Yeah, I'll agree with sorta. But thank you. I'm of the personal opinion that the only hard boss in this game is Bark. Because Bark is a reflexes thing, which is less subject to you know, repetition and recognition of patterns, making it easier. It still helps, but Bark is a reflexes check, whereas nothing else in the game is. 3 phases make it more difficult. Yeah, it is an endurance thing. A lot of bosses have 2 phases. Drill has 3. Drill also, you know, requires you to have more elemental coverage and more DPS in general. Yeah. Barkenstein's hard because of movement. Movement is the most reliable survivability tool in this entire game. Imelda throws in that equation, surely. Yeah, Imelda is just bad design, Kite Highland, if you ask me. Like, just look at her hitboxes, and the fact that you can't reach her for half the fight in all her iterations. The hitboxes. If I mention the hitboxes, I'm not a big fan of the hitboxes. Hopefully they, iron some of that out for future bosses. I'm gonna try a thing. Yes, I equipped what you just saw me equip. Don't judge me, it's for science. Barkenstein's movement is just pretty crazy and feels random. It's just fast, that's all. Bunny sure do love giving Body Face of Soul, honestly I don't think I've ever seen anybody use it ever. It's a utility item. Boniface's Soul chucks restore wards when they deal damage. This is the bad kind of science. No, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's all okay. It's all okay. Nothing bad has happened. You can trust me. It's me, your friend. You gonna hit me? Maybe. Yeah, that's about what I expected. More science. So let's just get a little bit of light vendor farming done, while also seeing some silliness occur. Yeah, item's dumb. Already over that. So, yeah. Fuck, why is this stupid? I was just curious to see how that would go. Bonk Ka-Chow Dreadwind with Amnesia. Because it gives you movement speed to feed Amnesia. It gives you the bonus element. Dreadwind hits 4 times a second, so you get a lot of ticks of that bonus element. Gives you ability damage, which Dreadwind gets. Gives you melee damage, which Dreadwind gets. Truly silly. That's not the new Shield of Spells yet. Still yet to find myself. Lich's Augur is crazy powerful, yeah. It can be a little awkward to trigger it in some circumstances, but it's very powerful. I should probably hit the buddies to get some better ones, honestly. The Bereaver Spellcaster build I was talking about earlier needs a better one. Oh, okay, I guess I'm flying now. Cool. I'm gonna use it because I can't break my ward easily. I haven't used it on C35 yet, so. Lich's Augur is to spells what Magic Bullets is to guns. Put it that way. So, that should give you an idea of the impact. Yeah, I'm noticing the lower base damage on this. It's interesting. I didn't expect I would. Let's mop with the fire one. Yeah, I'm in need of better Banshees. At least I want the high roll on the volatile, which would be 1900. But ideally I want Primordial. So melee bunny. We could also hit for some salt and battery whilst doing that. short. Hey, garlic breath. I want that. What can I drop for that? I don't need that. I don't really need that either. I'm pretty sure I have a better one. I hope I have a better one. The snap decisions you have to make when you have no inventory slots. Don't be like me. My enemies do a pretty good job of breaking the ward for me. Yeah. I'm using mage armor with glass cannon, and I have 2 spells that have 2 charges. When I use guns in this build, so I don't have a way to regain ward for augur unless I get rid of mage armor. Use a Boniface to regain ward. Harbinger amulet if you stop using Ambihex is an option. I mean, you could just play as normal, and if you get the Lich's Augur bonus, cool. If you don't, you're still a spell shot casting spells, so, like, whatever, you know? Thanks, Barrel. Overall, not worried about damage output. Yeah, you don't need to worry about it, though. Fatebreaker's good at ward regen, but bad at everything else. I personally don't consider giving up my melee weapon slot for Fatebreaker to ever really be worth that. Especially because you still need to get a good enough Fatebreaker and bonuses for it to actually do enough damage to restore your full ward. At least if your ward has any amount of decent capacity. I would like Fatebreaker to be touched during whatever melee balancing pass they do, is the takeaway here. Me having prog all the time isn't necessary? No, because the thing with it is Spell Shot with spells is already, you know, widely known to be extremely powerful. Lich's Augur is just like another 25% on top of that. Like, it's not needed. It's nice when it happens, but it's not needed. Now, if your Lich's Augur happens to trigger, you also get some of your spells cooldown back, which is cool. So it's just like a sometimes bonus type thing. I guarantee it's more useful than what a lot of people have been using on those kinds of builds. I suppose I should bring that up. Once again, yet another Cursed Wit L. A lot of people on their Ambihextrous builds are like, oh, I'm going to use Mage Armor and Cursed Wit, it's going to be great. And then they still snipe enemies from across the map with ice spikes. Like, you realize you're getting exactly no bonus, right? Not to mention that Cursed Wit is also buggy, likes to turn off on area transitions. And if you are using, say, Berserker's Old Ways, or the full health enchant on wards, or a Spellblade, or any companion damage on any of the companion sphere or otherwise, then you will have conditional damage in that category, which is additive with Cursed Wit. So, the TLDR is you get more out of other wards. You get more, even if a Lich's Augur isn't consistently activating, you get more out of that. You get more out of a Body Rune. You get more out of a Transistor, more out of an Ancient Deity. So, like, even if a Lich's Augur isn't consistently triggering for you, it's still better than what a lot of people have been swearing by. Currently using Body Rune. Yeah, Body Rune's gonna be just great in general. It gives healing, which is substantial. Healing and damage. And has decent buffer stats. Minimal part variance. Ice Spike is like 150k for me at times 5 and times 4. You can get some very large numbers with Ice Spike. I prefer the homebrew triples to the actual triples. Getting a regular Ice Spike with 2 projectile parts, you get a much higher individual base damage per spike, and a faster cooldown. But yeah, I forgot I'm using a fire one, and I applied soak to that guy. I'm so dead. Once I hit this shark. Yeah, no, I forgot I'm using fire. Soaked W. Oh, being spawn camped. That's fun. Cool. Literally had amnesia active before I had control of my character. So, no. Bonk. Hey, Kirk. How am I today? I'm doing okay. Enjoying some melee stuff. Today's a good gun build time for this week's featured. I don't know. You can get, like, in the 5s on melee, so... I don't know. Hey, Kitten Spawn, thank you so much for continuing your gift sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Pleasure to have you around. Thank you for the continued support. It means a lot. I want to get a little tankier on this build. I'm trying to think how I want to do it, though. Do I go more Constitution for that? I could stand to get a little more Constitution. Honestly, maybe getting a higher Chaos tier Bad Egg for more health from unarmored defense. It'd make it harder to break my Bad Egg, but I would get a lot more HP. Maybe. Like your excellence. Thank you, I appreciate it. Ooh, Celissa. Wonderful. Let's see if we can embarrass Celissa. See if we can manage that. Item's so dumb. It's so dumb. That's silly. I don't like that. And that's why I don't like that item. That's why I don't use it in real gameplay. Because it does that. $40k more channel points for the challenge to stay on pace, get those points in, people. Yeah. We got some time left in stream. Yeah, 40k more channel points is at 2,000 per person. We need more contributors. There we go. There we go. Alright, I'm hoping here for either well-rolled volatile banshees or just like acceptable primordial ones. If I 20 with my gun build, okay. It's like, okay. I'd also accept, you know, assault and battery like this, but it'd have to be pretty good. There's a couple things I want to do with that. Where's the good claymores at, man? Still don't have a decent cryo weapon for this. I'd like to cover that element. Its ability damage and spell damage stack when using spell in the ability slot and spell slot. Oh, if you're... Are you asking if an ambidextrous spell gets ability? No, no, it's still just a spell. It's just a spell. It's not an action skill for any purpose. The only thing that has anything to do with action skills that you get while using ambidextrous is you get the effect of a promise ring, which is the ring that, you know, when action skill is ready, effects increase. That one is on with ambidextrous because the game considers your action skill as ready because you don't use the slot for anything. It's complicated. But yeah, no, ambidextrous spells don't get ability damage. Respectively style, like challenges for certain games. Definitely challenge myself in some games. Yeah. I don't like to make things too easy for myself, because that gets boring real quick. Case in point, you see a lot of Pixie Buffmeister fans out there being like, oh, it's so boring. Like, yeah, sure, when you're not actually playing the game. Thanks, you're welcome, Jules. What was the thing I was gonna do? It's gonna do a thing. It's gonna do a thing. Man, having no short-term memory at all sucks. I had something I was urgently gonna do, and it's just poof, it's gone. What was I planning on? So what about that? Oh, let's play another build. Let's do some Ghostblade. Have I taken Ghostblade through Imelda 4? I don't think I have. I suppose that's the first order of business. Going to check on that. So we want Barbalode in the loot pool here. So many characters. I do play a lot. You know those arguments are bad faith because it's really easy to try anything else. Don't even get me started, Jaybridge. People get so angry when you bring up that something's a bad faith argument. Like, they get so personally offended at the concept that maybe not everyone involved in a conversation is actually trying to be constructive. They get so offended. It's pretty funny, honestly. Realized I was gonna level 38 fire Ludite at C13. Nice. Have I done ML4 on this? I don't remember. Do I have souls to check? Or not souls? I guess I'll just do it. And hate it, but I'll do it. It's not bad faith, it's a bad argument. Morning, Brendan. How you doing? Rant? Ooh, what am I ranting about, Swin? Food shouldn't be locked behind a time of day. Okay, this is a beautiful rant. As someone who, you know, forgets to eat, I just want it to be acceptable for if I remember to eat and it's like 7 a.m., don't get on my ass for like grilling a burger or some shit. I just want food that I like on the rare occasion I bother to consume food. Like, food is food. If food is good for one meal, it is good for all meals. So yes, cereal for dinner, burgers for breakfast, all of it. I welcome it all. Was burger for breakfast a thing at one time? I don't know. All I know I've gotten weird looks for being like, yeah, I'm on grill for breakfast today. Like, oh, shut up, I'm doing it. Open up BL3 for the first time in probably a year yesterday. Had a couple Malawan runs, so good. BL3 is just one of those games. Yeah, BL3's got a special place to me. Why is my White Rider in that slot? What was I doing in this character? Why do I have a blue cake? What's supposed to be here? It's not that. What am I supposed to have in this slot? I don't know. Something's not right, but I can't tell what it is. I'll put that there for now. Hey Herrera, how you doing? Saw a forum post saying they keep waiting for news and make them like BL3 again, and ask for a specific they essentially set up. What? It's about the complaining. It always has been. Always will be. Literally had cereal for dinner last night. That's a win, Mac. You're winning. You're living life correctly. Get out green chili stew for breakfast. People judge. You add tortilla and egg to make huevos rancheros, and it's suddenly acceptable. Yeah, what is that? I have many questions. Breakfast any time of the day is amazing. there is no time of day where I am not craving a ham, egg, and cheese sandwich. Like, it doesn't even matter if I'm hungry or not. Like, I will just accept one. You could probably kill me that way, come to think of it. Like, if someone wanted to be dead, they could probably just keep handing me ham, egg, and cheese sandwiches, and I would eat until I died. It wouldn't even take long. I would have zero control over the situation. It's just how it would happen. CWL3, I wish there was a way to permanent toggle on and off event raid boss health. You know, hotfix mods. But yeah, in-game method would be preferred. Please, dude, go doing what you love. Get judged for getting a cheeseburger and fries. Cheeseburger with cheese fries at 7 AM? Like, that's not acceptable. Cheeseburger and cheese fries should always be okay. They're just gonna run into it? They sure are. That seems almost rude to me. Make it steak and eggs with cheesy hash browns and you're good. I like both of those things. Sounds delicious. I am now hungry. Might be a curry day. Might be a curry day. Nasty Spill or Elemental Overflow and Glossstalker, and I hate this. I'd go Nasty Spill, honestly. Because it won't prevent you from doing damage. Alright, just kill me when I step in water, and that's your fault. Yes, fire will kill you when you step in it. Don't step in it. You still have some amount of control with Nasty Spill involved. You don't have any control with Elemental Overflow. So, like, there's nothing you can do when the game says, okay, this entire room, we're immune to your main element. But with Nasty Spill, you could just move, you know? The Souls farming stream? I've been here long enough. I spent a little bit farming souls, once. I did it for like 2 hours, and I was so colossally bored that, yeah, no. I just accepted not having any of the loot before it was in bunnies. It was not interesting to me. See, I'm a gameplay-focused guy, so things that are light on gameplay and big on tedium, so things like save quit farming and soul farming, where the amount of actual gameplay and thought required is almost none, those are actively annoy me. So this is why you also don't see me doing dedicated farming, because it's light on gameplay and heavy on tedium. Hear people AFK farm without companions? Yeah. Yeah. I think that's a testament to the flawed nature of the Souls currency acquisition and usage, because, like, if people are willing to not play the game to play your game, then, like, maybe something went wrong. So, I'm just happy it's all in bunnies now. I don't have to think about that until the next PLC comes out. Using Skeep with Hammer and Anvil is fun. Wonder if hammers kill Skeep to keep me alive? It's a good question. I don't know. Okay, 95 to Bone. I was checking Elemental matchup against Bone, because I forgot. Yeah, that'll work out nicely. I could get better Bad Egg here. It can't double roll Roid, but it can get Roid Adaptive. Like I have my Dreadwind set up. What else can Bad Egg get? I have a sheet open that I would want on this build. Health, but that would just be worse than adaptive. Absorb would make it harder to break. Resistance, meh. Maybe Vagabond for quality of life outside of combat. Yeah, Roid matters the most. Thank you, Ghostblade. Okay, now can Ghostblade hit this one? Okay, yeah, I just gotta put it on the ground underneath her because hitbox is wall. Ugh. At least Ghostblade makes this fight pretty easy. Got another Ghostblade W. Cool, so if I didn't have that stuff unlocked, I certainly do now. I don't need that message. That could go. Meaning now, we can go to the chamber. Head up and smoke some light quarters and celebrate Mom's birthday. Love your faces, enjoy your weekend. Take it easy, Swin. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you and yours have a fantastic time. And you're cool and shit. Thank you. I do still want to do a Vorkanar's cog focused setup. Alright, we'll hit pistol bunnies because I want some shrikes for this build as well. So, where am I being hit from? Ah, it's you. That's why I need the fucking shrikes. Butterpoom's incoming. Yeah. Yeah, Dex. Ow. Guess there's a barrel here. Alright. Damn, that was a fast room. I didn't even hit that second quartz over there. Holy. That was fast. How many diversions do I need to sell before the game takes a hint? But it now knows that your new money-making strategy is getting those divergents. So now you need them, Jaybridge. The game loves you. It's just trying to help you. Ghostblade clears fucking fast. Just need good positioning. Critical connoisseur. I don't think that'll be too bad here. It'd be pretty good, actually. Wait, come back. You missed your chance, Control. It was right there, lined up for you. You squandered it. I'm disappointed in you, but I'm not surprised. Ouch, fuck. Saves a little. I didn't mean it. Love you, Control. Hey Stone, how you doing? Getting those points in, love to see it. Yeah, I don't think it matters if I go down here. I think that just means more bad egg uptime. I should honestly just blow myself up while fighting Luchans. How you doing? I'm doing good. Doing good. 732. Ghostblade's significantly faster than Dreadwind with like no effort. But that's just the nature of the deployment of the action skill. But yeah, I'm having a good time. Having a good time. Sorry. It's gonna be in my head all day now. Double radius spell charge garlic breath. That's useful. What was I here for? Okay, I want Lich's Augurs. Barbalodes. My launcher build could use Jamstones. I guess in my launcher build I start hitting Ring Bunny now. That's unrelated. Pistols, I want Trikes. Yes. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Fahrenheit. Oh yeah, you liking the new emote, Stone? The Quag Chad? As of yesterday afternoon, chat, we had over 2,000 usages of Quag Chad in just the channel. Which is 5 times more than the next most used emote. Outside the channel, it's only double. So use it elsewhere too. It is different. Yeah, it's built different. Hey Paul, how you doing? More? More. Another meme emote idea I had is you know the Kylo Ren more, but in Quag form, but like maybe with still his hair. Quag more. I have too many meme emote ideas. Quag more. Let me write it down. It's a primordial scalawag. Me mode. Only 3,000 more points. You get more by watching Thermal. You should be able to get like 2,000 just by like watching, like just having the stream open for the amount of time I stream. I think that gets you like a couple thousand. Primordial. I see what you did there. I like how the ruffians show charge speed on the card. Talking every 10 minutes, I think, counts as involvement boost points. Yeah. And this is not me asking for this, this is just me telling you. Other things that increase your point income, being subbed, and yes, that does go up per sub tier. First gift of bits or a gift sub of the month gives you a one-time, you know, per that month. I think it even works with 1 bit, by the way. I know gift subs are more, but I'm pretty sure it works with even 1 bit. That is not me asking, though. Sharing the strats from the time that I convinced Cheese momentarily that that he'd somehow given me infinite channel points because I just sat there spamming shit for a while. He was like, "What? How does he have this many?" Because I hoard them. Gonna go eat Korean, but they permanently closed, so that's sad. Aw. It's always sad when a business you like closes down. It feels bad. Expensive to maintain, though. Idea, I might try that sometime. Gaming control. Hey T-Dog, thank you for the 5 bits. Did it work? Why is Ghostblade so Chad? That was 1 Ghostblade, me just moving it every 2 ticks, and it cleared that much of the room. Like, it's just so good. And it's so satisfying. Honestly, don't know who's paying attention. God damn it, T-Dog. Got Dragon Lord, but he's not immune to anything. That's good. Thank you, Ghostblade, for the death save. Always appreciated. Why am I talking to my Ghostblade like, can you hear me? Wish it could hear me. Wish it could know I love it. Ghostblade loves you back, you think? I think Ghostblade's excited to serve you. Hard to tell since it's not throbbing. I knew you'd bring that back somehow. Yes, Pyro Burst. So I got a Berserker base class. I'm not really sure where I'd go with it. Any ideas? Have you tried maxing out Berserker? Have you tried Dreadwind stuff, Dex? I've really been enjoying Dreadwind a lot. Hi McBain, how you doing? I like doing a bit of Dreadwind. I just hated when bosses hard countered it. We've learned a bit more about how to Dreadwind properly. So at least Drill no longer hard counters. Only the first phase of Imelda counters Dreadwind, as long as you're fighting Imelda 2, 3, or 4. Bernadette counters Dreadwind. But not even Banshee fully counters Dreadwind, because you can get enough damage to just kill her anyway. That's the case. Handle that crab snake thing, really? Alright, you can handle that. No, it got healed by the fucking heart. Life's a joke. Oh, slow. Never got a gun with the speed enchant and do no throwaway. Speed enchant. Speed enchant is on ward, and the melee enchant is the most important one, because that's fresh multiplier. 2 Berserkers, 1 spell, 1 stabbo. Nice. There's a couple ways of doing Dreadwind. One thing I haven't tried with it yet that I want to is intentionally doing very short Dreadwinds. So like canceling it as soon as you physically are allowed to. Because you still get 4 to 6 ticks that way. But you get a much shorter cooldown, and you get good enchantment cycling. I was thinking about trying something with that. That's a good spot to stand. Okay, even with those slow rooms, 733. Yeah, this is like speed competitive. I would just need strikes for a couple things and then to actually pay attention. This could definitely finish in the 5s. Dragon Lord's invisible. Yeah, that bug's really annoying, Irish. I'm sorry you're having to deal with that. Sad. Sad. Oh. Emotional damage. Look how they massacred my boy. Eric and Beerbox's TED Talk, How to Kill Quacks. Once again, I just want to point out that I don't blame them necessarily. Once again, it's precision in feedback. One of the most common things I saw, at least on Twitter, was people complaining about how much ammo the sawmill took. Hey Mike, hope all's well. What's the launcher to fly that's so good for bossing? Yeah. Twisted Illusion. It's a way of applying Soaked without having to wear a Cape of Tides or use a Tidebreaker. So you can just switch to it, shoot the boss once, and then switch back. Yeah, that's what I use it for. And the good thing about it is, since you don't care how much damage it does, you don't need to worry about, like, how good yours is. Just having one is good enough. So one's all you ever need with the Delusion. Another volatile Butterboom. It's ×1. I've not gotten a ×3 Butterboom yet. How do you get it? It's a random world drop. Once you've completed... once you've beaten Chums, at least one time on that character, it gets added into your world drop pool. And of course it also comes from the wheel. And it comes from Chums himself. That's a ×2 Pixie. Yeah, I can stay there. Got my first ski prod. Let's go. Ski prod's sick. Many thanks. Always welcome. Not much luck with the pistol bunny so far. We clear that entire run was on elemental overflow, so we don't Clawstalker. Damage spreading helps so much. Hey, I'm glad it's working out for you. Just checking to see if I put away a strike, you know, without thinking, because I would like one. Bunnies make me sad. This is the volley that... Oh no, this isn't the volley. Where's the other one? It's this one. Yeah, compare these. This is the first primordial volley I got. 45 mag, 517 damage. This one's 631. It's even got a better fire rate. And a better reload speed. And a melee accessory. Part variance be like. Look at that dot damage difference too. Yeah, this is the volley that I'm planning on building around. 631 on it. That's so strong. Anyway, what am I here for? I don't remember. Movement speed on Diamond Gauntlets. At least you can still make use of that with a Red Hellion. Red Hellion Diamond Gauntlets for memes. But other than that, yeah, it's just kind of funny. So does Mage Staff any use case outside of Spell Shot? Graveborn? They can blast gas. How you doing, Notishby? How you doing, Pragmatic? Good to see you both. Oh, I didn't get my Ghost Blade out there. Arrow got me fast.
My Ghostblade did not do well there, and I'm not sure why. Not sure what went differently. Ghostblade enchant on an Arcane Bolt. That's cool enough that I gotta take that. What kind of build is this? This is my Ghostblade build. We were doing a melee focus stream today. We did a lot of Dreadwind for the first half. And doing some Ghostblade now. Is Vorkanar's Cog useful? I have one that's okay for mobbing. Vorkanar's Cog is nice because the stats are fixed. So it is always fire damage, clawbringer power, and a double roll of the all damage stat. Meaning it's a very good item to seek out if you just want a good stats amulet. Now the legendary effect itself, I haven't built around yet. There might be some potential there, but it's good as a just good stats item. I've been considering making like a gearing for entering chamber progression sort of guide. And Vorkanar's Cog would definitely make the list. Like, advising which things to save for post-story and getting into chambers and such. Maybe I'd do that. Using Skeeth because healing's really nice. Yeah, the healing is very nice. Especially on, say, a Clawstalker, which doesn't have much in the way of heal sustain. And by doesn't have much, I mean literally nothing. Primordial Green Ice Spike. It's repeating this time. Only you'll get healing is Body Rune, something like that. Yeah. Body Rune, Desperate Enchant, Fortifying Sigil, Sweep. That's all the ways you heal on that. I suppose if you get a regen passive on armor, but that's very minor. I should check which one of these has guns? This one? I should check this too for Shrikes. Ooh. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We were talking about concentrated magic barrages before. This one's 5k damage, channel cast, 2 crit chance parts. $5k? Yeah. Pre-nerf, I'm pretty sure it could hit 6k. Could break 6k. And that was before Primordial existed, so obviously there's some headroom here. I want them to fix this enchant. It'd be fun to build around. We got about an hour left of stream. So get those points in for the challenge if you haven't already. Get around to making a Blizzard build. May miss that stream. Yeah, I have a Blizzard build that's kind of marinating. Still figuring out precisely what I want to do with it. It's currently very vanilla. It's basically, hey, have Blizzard out for a while to make gun better. But it was made to work, yes. I still think Blizzard could use a balancing pass, but I do have a Blizzard build now. Okay, we got a Shrike. Not ×2 or anything, but that is a Shrike. I don't need it to be an element. I can cover that. Equip it before I forget. Pick this thing up as well. I don't want it. Thinking of making a Ground Shaker, Lazy Man build, Quick and Thunder, Mage Staff. Probably need some good air enemy coverage, Carouser probs. Yeah, the thing with Mage Staff is it won't do any real damage unless you get a really beefy Blast Gas formula, or you are having your double knots crit. That's the only way you really get Mage Staff's projectiles to do a lot. So you probably need to put a lot towards Blast Gas, just FYI. Because it does not hit very hard. At least not on C35. It's probably a lot more palatable lower, but... Yeah, I'm actually curious about Mage Staff during a playthrough now, how that would be. Sounds fun. Yeah, chat, if you were to do a playthrough where you could start with a legendary item or a unique item of your choice at level 1. No Buffmeister. What would it be? Sorry, mini rant. No, Irish, it's because it's a lot less effort to just copy something else and then shit on something than it is to critically think and engage with people. So that's why. It's a tough question? Yeah. Blank slate, that's a good pick. That's a really good pick. I like that one. White Rider? It would carry you for a while, yeah. Gyre for me, love that gun. You'd be reloading on a lot early on, wouldn't you? Although I suppose enemies would be dying a lot, so... Can't really argue. Takes lots of time to put together something that's not a gun build, so I can see why people shy away from some things. All my builds are gun builds. Yeah, even under that umbrella, Thermal, you spend a lot more time tinkering with your builds than most people do, and that is a compliment. Because I'm the same way. So, like, even someone who makes only gun builds, you still put in way more effort. Because, like, the main thing I see you saying anywhere I see you is like, hey, I wonder how this would change my build. I wonder what I should do with this. Hey, I'm farming for this because I think this would be an upgrade. Like, you're constantly adding things, changing things, taking away things. Like, that is build crafting. That right there, that mentality is something some people do not approach this game with. Twin Soul with Echo. What about the other hill? Might actually be Oil and Spice. Bad Egg. Bad Egg, that's a good pick. Bad Egg's got that movement speed, plus all the melee stuff. So it would last you quite a while. And a lower level Bad Egg just gets more and more beneficial because it's easier to break. Something like the Pan or the Pickaxe wouldn't be affected by level? Correct. Correct. Those are going to be fixed values. Okay, so now that we have a Shrike, second up probably action skill cooldown. Yeah, Ancient Echo, Twin Soul. That's a good play. What, the action skill? Okay, my action skill bugged out for a while there. Go with gun damage Shark's Bane, because I never found one. Shark's Bane effect is influenced by level, so it might not give you anything at level 1, I should note. Skeep would also always be there. Class power and passives obviously not. The Skeep itself would be useful there, yeah. Well, it's just kind of damage source amps the fire you apply, so even if the gun's fire mode doesn't do anything, you can just use new fire gun spells at the level. That does make sense. So you think, Dex, you think Oil and Spice for, like, Dreadwind or Ghostblade builds when using fire? What do you think about that? It's something I've never tried to implement, but... Really sure how you mean to explain. So, what's the use case of the oil? Do you just plop down a puddle and then use various fire things to ignite it? To make the fire things do more damage? In that case, would it be limited to guns or spells? Or could I just use it like soaked as a universal thing? fix that in BL3, or try to. Not really. They fixed the enchantment interaction with that BL3. Or anointment. Fuck. Can I have fire damage source to ignite it? Yes, and you can make Dreadwind or Ghostblade fire by having a fire melee weapon. That's my question. Does it require a projectile? I was asking questions why I got the grades I got in school. You don't know what you don't know, that's why I always ask. Good attitude. Wonder if illegal low-level rings and amulets that have negative stat increases like we had from arms race artifacts. I know enchantments scale up with level, and then if you get them in a level bracket before when they normally spawn, they simply give 0. This is Oil and Spice. It is a PLC2 SMG. I have gotten it like 3 times ever. I don't have any on hand, so I can't test it. I suppose that's another tip I should give for Conhammer. Let him hit you. If you're using a gun build, and you want him to stop spinning, because whatever gun you're using doesn't get through it, let him hit you. He stops spinning if he actually connects with you for a second. But there's also lots of stuff that he doesn't reflect and still takes damage from while he's spinning. A real tough time with the Melda phase 2. I've been hammered every time I tried it, so might be part of it. Which Imelda? Is it pragmatic? Sandwich, yes, I know, someone was gonna say it. But like, which week? Try hammer. Hammer is one of the worst things you can use on Imelda. The hitboxes are like, no. I do not recommend that. Do not try that. How much cheese you're willing to go with, that's another important question. What about all the cheese? Ghostblade not igniting. Could you try Dreadwind? Because Ghostblade might be like a hitbox thing. Dreadwind, you're at least on the ground. But my thought is it might require a projectile. Hydras and Queen's Cry blades, tasers can work through under the floor. So they just shoot through the floor. That's cool. Shoot ceiling the frog above. Oh. Cool. Even weirder. Love it. Try and kill Imelda 3 more times today. Good luck. We went through her once today. Dreadwind and Ghostblade work on her. Ghostblade is probably the most consistent of all the action skills to use on her if you're going to deal damage with an action skill, because it works on her first phase and it works on her second phase. So, huge shout for Ghost Wave. Queen's Heart Taser also spell damage? I don't know. No, it's a gun. It triggers Sever the Thread. Polymorph, so it should still be done. Gotta go, be back later. If you're on home still, let's see a chat. Take it easy, Thermal. I probably won't be on too much longer. I should pay attention. Yeah, I didn't pay attention during that. Ooh, Primordial Greatsword. Non-Ellie. It's not a Claymore, but that's okay too. Looks like it needs a projectile or spell. Okay. Those concentrated magic barrages. Magic barrages don't roll in fire, right? That's because elemental blasts have that covered. These are fire. And Cryo Dark Magic. No, they also come in lightning and poison. Poison, and we saw lightning in the Lechance boss fight just now. Fire's the one I can't remember. I could check. I'll check after stream. Y'all have to add some new side objectives, Chaos Chambers, what would they be? Complete the encounter without going into fight for your life. Could be one. An escort objective could be one. Did I say fight for your life? Save your soul. Sorry. Current terminology. Read. Escort, careful what you wish for. An escort mission wouldn't be bad, honestly. It'd be better than standing still in a circle. Like a one-room escort. Objectives for getting the quartz enemies. Maybe that. PKC when it comes to escort wasn't that AI. There have been a lot of strides made in modern gaming. Escort missions aren't as bad. Like, often you are the one being escorted nowadays. Like, The Last of Us did a lot for that. BioShock Infinite did a lot for that. Where, if anything, you're the escortee, not the escorter. That's good to know for strikes as well. Non-LE pure knots are still lightning. Useful info. Yo, Soccer Chick, thank you so much for the raid. Huge raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Get older, you realize a $300 watch and a $30 watch both tell the same time. Michael Kors wallet and a Forever 21 wallet hold the same amount of money. $100,000 house and a $300,000 home host the same loneliness. The Bentley also drive you as far as a Ford. True happiness is not found in materialistic things. It comes from sucking mad titties. God love me, please suck at some titties right now. Quack Chad, quack Chad. I wasn't prepared for that. You had me in the first half, not gonna lie, and then you really sold it in the second half. Well done, well done. Congrats on the 1-year stream anniversary, Soccer Chick. I hope the stream went well, and thank you for bringing everyone over here. That was a great shit post. Thank you so much. How'd it go? How's everyone doing? Those of you who don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff. We're doing lots of melee stuff in Wonderlands today. Did a bunch of Dreadwind earlier, doing Ghostblade now, and other Giga Chad shit like Bentleys and titties. I hope y'all are doing well. That was a good laugh, I needed that. And showing up back to the drawing board. Amazing Helium, person I would do fucking know me. I appreciate that. Thank you. And I'm glad to see things treat you well. You deserve it. Run that through the translator? Oh no, that'd be great. I haven't opened it up in a while, but not only do we have the regular copy pasta doc, but we've got the one full of pastas that have been translated 10 total times, so run through various translations to different languages, and then finally on the 10th one back to English. That could get real cursed real quick, and I'm curious. Hold up, I got this. Alright, control. That. Man, my aim is so bad I miss with Ghostblade. I consider it a talent at this point, not gonna lie. Fuck, what are you doing, a hot tub stream? Bold to assume I have hot tub money. Run through Japanese and back once, it's already great. Oh no. What did I say, quack? If it looks like a duck. I don't know, I don't have anything clever for that one. Kiddie pool is fine. Hey Rohit, how you doing? Good to see you. Aren't that today? Doing well, enjoying melee stuff. We did a lot of Dreadwind, doing a lot of Ghostblade, getting some gear upgrades. It's felt pretty good. Getting a lot of farming done now that we can actually target DLC 2 items from the bunnies. So working towards a bunch of goals. Also getting more acquainted with this feature. How to do it fast and stuff and things, aka not go down mid-swing like that. What do lightning chucks scale with? There's a difference to the chain chucks. So lightning chucks get gun damage, area damage, elemental damage. They get conditional damage. They can weak spot crit, meaning Headhunter is on the table. They're not spells, they're not ability, they cannot trigger play the angles. The chain lightning chucks get the same formula, except the ricochets are half damage, the original. The Hydro Lightning Bolts get like a massive damage penalty as well. But yeah, basically the Chain Lightning ones, no reason not to use them over the regular lightning ones. Can we do a Wonderlands Japanese playthrough? Was that voice actor goated? Yeah, Japanese Tina was actually really good. Shit. I'm tempted now. What if the next DLC comes out on the 23rd? I don't know. No idea when the next one's gonna be. Another drunken escapade for me today. Hope you had a good time. DLC 2 came out the week after Trump got his last form. Yeah. So, hopefully the same pace keeps up. Butterboom, but it's ×2. Sad. Okay, get out of my recycling. I have too much shit in my inventory. Oh yeah, I picked this up to look at it later. So this is tempting because ability melee area, that's the Dreadwind passives. Just Dreadwind damage. But no burr power, because not the right multi-class combo. And I wouldn't really use plate mail on Dreadwind. Ghostblade doesn't get ability or area. Nope. What am I hitting for now? That a Scalawag? Yes. Hey Mad Hatter babe, how you doing? Lucky enough to get 3 different element chain chucks, so I wanted to build around them. Oh yeah, they're very good. Highly recommend. Translated pasta mostly saying because it suddenly gets way more cursed at the end. Feel free to post. As long as it's TOS compliant. Oh yeah, chat. Anyone who has channel points, we got a community channel point goal right now. You can see it in the normal channel point section. You can contribute up to 2,000 points per stream. If you guys hit the goal of 4 million points in 30 days, I will do a 24-hour stream of various cursed things. To remain on track for the goal, we need to break 16% today, I believe. English to Cantonese to Russian to Irish to English. Okay. Run out of channel points in like 4 days. Chatting every 10 minutes gives you extra. As you get older, you'll find a watch holds $300 and $30 watch at the same time. The Michael Kors wallet and Forever 21 wallet can hold the same amount of money. A $100,000 house is just as lonely as a $300 house. Bentley would also take you to Ford. Real joy is not material things, but in sucking crazy. Please God. I was not prepared for that. I don't... Primordial Lich's Auger. I guess I should take that. See the point thing new to it? Yeah, like Max said, just click on the place where you spend channel points and it'll be under there. Yeah, this is great Lich's Ogre to get. Better augments than Royd, but I certainly won't argue. Mine ended with God, please give me milk now. So same energy. Same energy then. Good to know. Taylor and Barbalode can drop without an elemental modifier gross. Yeah, zippers. It's really annoying. You can get a Barbalode with no element and one passive. Because apparently there's not enough part variance. It's very frustrating and I'm very unhappy with that. Like, it's just arbitrarily a thing just to make it more likely that your drop isn't usable? Like, the item's hard enough to get. And then you already have all the different elements, you have all the different passives, you have Chaos Tier, you have class power. Once again, I lay blame for this kind of thing at the feet of people who said things like farming too easy in BO3. Like, I'm sorry, no. It wasn't. Because now we have the same system, but worse. Word ban. You know, this happened at the start of the stream. And I didn't do well. But okay, 10 minutes on the clock. I can't say the banned word. If I say it 10 times in that time frame, then Rohit gets channel point refund. Off to work, hit 16% chat. Have a good one, Irish. Thanks for hanging out. Frag melee was easy bait at the start when I was supposed to be. Fuck, I already said it. Ah. Supposed to do the same thing, apparently. That's one. Say the most impactful class-specific enchants. Dreadwind? No, I didn't plan that well. I didn't plan that well at all. Replace with Bonk. That's good advice, Steve. Dreadwind, which one? The one that gives you more damage against bosses and badasses. On your non-gun weapon slot. Yeah, let's make mail with double knot. I'll have to look at that after the run. Non-gun damage, basically the definition of quag melee. That's cheating. God damn it! How? He's not even trying different things, it's just the same thing. Still laughing at a fucking pasta, it was good. I just bother Quag with it enough that Priz just living in Quag's head for free. Priz has spent literal years at this point understanding exactly how to fuck with me, so he knows. I know Spore Warden ain't a great secondary class for Ghostblade. If you want to try it out, could work at all. It wouldn't be providing anything to it, would be the thing, Pragmatic. Unlike Dreadwind, it doesn't get ability damage. Doesn't get gun damage. You get a little bit of cooldown. You get Wrath of Nature, but you'd have no way of applying it. You would need some outside means to do so. Whether that be, play the angles that require capping the tree, Trick Mirror reflects their ability damage, I believe, so I think that would do it. Trick Mirror reflects are either ability or spell, I don't remember which. Yeah, I think Ghostblade has the least to... I think Spore Warden has the least to offer Ghostblade. Let's forget the bad eggs effect. Good bonky bonky. Good bonky bonky, cause hidden fucky wucky. Same that Smash Brothers game on GameCube? You mean the one that gave me a lifelong healthy distrust, not fear, healthy distrust of Kirby? Yes, that one. Oh yeah, let's check that out. Wasn't that, but I did pick this up because I was curious. Simple cast. What's this? Area damage, spell crit chance, 2 and double knot. That's useful. You're not getting me, Pris. Hey, Animal Crosser. How you doing? Heard the dog on the news. Ah, you almost got me. I feel like those don't count, but you still almost got me. Done it 4 times today. I'm content. It's true. Or are you content? Either way, it's accurate. You might be content that you're content. You know, you cross-line quite agreed, so I say, yeah, fuck you, controller on my list. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Not content with the content, though? It's a personal choice. It's okay, I forgive you. How are we doing on that channel points goal, chat? What percentage are we at? I don't feel like tapping over and checking. And you guys have given me enough shit that you check. Keep in mind, I'm not streaming tomorrow. So, a day will still tick. 65% says control. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Ooh, okay. Concentrated Magic Barrage with an extra projectile, 2 spell damage parts means that it's still almost 4k, non-chaotic. Hey, Twister with Spell Charge and Ghostblade enchant. That's trying very hard to be useful. It's failing, but it's trying. That's a lot of status parts on a cube. 50% chance with a status part. Wow. Garlic Breath with 2 extra charges. Wait, I have questions. I have questions. Actually, I still want that. Look at the rest of these first. It's impressive me how exponentially improved Wonderland's options are versus BL3. Yeah, me too. Okay, so it doesn't... Do those stack? Points check. Dex going after Priz with the D2H emotes. Love to see it. Love to see it. So what I'm trying to figure out is if multiple Garlic Breaths charges active stack, if they do nothing, or if it simply refreshes the duration of the first one. So yes, we sciencing. I have a lot of spell science I want to do now, Chad. This is cool. Yeah, it appears to cancel it. But yeah, if you have multiple Garlic Breath charges, make sure you actually space it out. But if you have 3 charges, the first one comes off cooldown when the third one's over. That's cool. You can do 4 in a row. After visiting our local Italian restaurant here in rural Virginia, I can confirm, yes, Garlic Breath does indeed stack. Thanks for testing. Thanks for testing. Yeah, I gotta try Garlic Breath on the Contagion build. Because that build uses From the Shadows, currently. I was thinking of switching it over to Reaper, but, From the Shadows makes it auto-crit, so we get the knockdown. Get some spell radius, run around with this on. Yeah, this sounds like a good time. I've got so many things I want to test now. I'm actually really happy about it. I got the Magic Barrage stuff, got the Arc Torrent stuff, got the Garlic Breath stuff. Let me actually put these things on my notepad. So the notepad already. Frostburn, Fire Claw, Diamond Gauntlets, Feral Surge, Tooth Raider, Barbaload with Stabo Capstone, Marshmallow Stuff, Dreadwind with Arrow Keys, Gluttony Last Gas, Double Barrel Stoker Pistol, Blizzard Contagion, Dire Sacrifice Bossing, Mage Staff Trap Scallion, All White Gear Spell Shot, Pixies for Showcase, Garlic Breath Contagion, Concentrated Magic Barrage Double Knot, Arc Torrent Damage, and Quagmore. Also Moisturize. Not all of it's game related. Tsunamis, no. Is the word ban over? I feel like it's been 10 hours, much less 10 minutes. probably, yeah. It was a fun one. Diabolical. Oh, I still have garlic breath on. We're garlic breath in it. Mods. Ah, when did I get this? I can maybe do something with that. 1k base, 21% grit chance? Like, how does this even work? Excuse me. So much spell testing. That'll be for later me. That is not a present me problem. I can put a sigil down there to break that one easy. Moxie's mods out of sync with regular mods. Yeah, looks like it. It just means you use them together so they alternate. Or something. I don't know. Hey Alan Per, I'm doing well today. Hope you are too. I almost failed the objective for finishing with melee damage on my melee build. Oh no. It is a quag build. Primordial Quake and Sunder? You got one, J-Bridge? That's sick. Too early to tell. Late night brain wouldn't shut up, so just woke up a bit ago. Well, I hope your day, or time of day, whatever, your next waking portion of your existence, I hope it treats you better. Hey, well, not long time. Yeah, I hope you're well. Good to see you. Oh, good, how you doing? I'm doing great. Having a nice, fun, chilled day of various melee-ish stuff in the Wonderlands. Just good conversation, good people, just chilling. Been cast leveling my Trap Scallion gun build. It's so fun, just zooming around light speed, grabbing on people. It's definitely effective. Definitely effective, Brendan. Yeah, Trap Scallion's one of the fastest clearing things in the game, just at all points of the game. Whether that's leveling, whether that's doing your chaos climb, or at endgame, it's just it's gonna do that. And avoiding spell shot because I'm a contrarian, finally embraced it. I don't play much spell shot either, but there's still ways to make it interesting, you know. Still ways to do that. Able to reach his points goal. Yeah, get those points in, chat. If you haven't yet, I'll probably do one more run. You can contribute up to 2,000 points per stream. We gotta hit 16% to avoid falling behind on the goal. So if you guys want me to do that cursed stream, like, get the points in. This goal I keep seeing things about. If you click the channel points reward section where you spend your channel points, basically you just click on your channel points number. There's a limited time community goal that I've set right now. Or if you guys can reach the goal of 4 million points in 30 days, I will do a 24-hour stream of silly content. So yeah, there's 27 days left. We're at 15%. In the interest of fairness, I'm helping you guys, you know, by reminding everyone. It is already going to be an uphill battle. Remember, you can't invest any tomorrow. You still lose a day, but I don't stream tomorrow. Premise isn't even cursed, the result being cursed is still inevitable, though. Yeah. Got any good source solutions this week's featured? Yeah, actually. I didn't have a good fire one, and I got one. So, that's cool. It's volatile, but like, that I consider that my goal anyway. I don't really plan for primordial in most cases. Never played this game? I'm a big fan. I'm enjoying it. If you like BL3, this game scratches all the same itches for me. Is it 2,000 points on one thing or per day? Per day. It's capped to 2,000 points per person per day. But the goal is engineered so that you all need to work together, investing that max every day to get us there. Got married a few months ago, so out of gaming now. Hey, congrats.
Not on the out of gaming part. On the other bit. Congrats. Happy for you. What if it hit 99? I am a kind person. I believe in rounding. Within reason. So no, you can't hit 51% and then tap out. Per stream, technically. The Toxic Among Us have wondered if bad ISPs pulled through for us. Yeah. If I, for whatever reason, had to restart stream for any reason, that would technically give you another chance to invest. So, I did factor that in my mental calculations. As boss, what do you think of the fourth form of the sand pit? Much more engaging except for last stage, if you ask me. I think Imelda sucks as a whole. Imelda 2 is fine in her second phase and still sucks. Or Imelda 3, excuse me. Imelda 3 still has the shitty first phase, but is fine in the second phase. All of their forms are just terrible. And they're all terrible in the first phase, so just not a good boss. Easily my least favorite. Hey, thank you for the 7 months, Walnut. I appreciate it. Gonna head out, just want to swing by, say hi, have a great stream. Thank you, Walnut. It's good to see you. Sometimes I think about, you know, people from much earlier in the channel's life, and I hope they're doing well, and I'm glad to see that you are. Thank you for the continued support. Top in Celissa. Yeah, Celissa's not badly designed. Celissa's designed to be annoying, but, like, you can still do Celissa. Like, you can still go up to Celissa and bonk her in the face with a melee weapon, and it works. It won't be good against Celissa, but you can die or sacrifice her, and it works. Neither of those things physically can happen against Imelda, which is part of the frustration. I don't even mind Imelda's attacks. I know that frustrates some people. I mind that most things cannot interact with her. She's got the zoomies for the first phase. Yeah, she teleports constantly. It's the worst. And also, you physically can't hit her with melee without parkouring on a specific spot while she stands in a specific spot. And then most action skill hitboxes will not properly register. Can't use anything that is contingent upon being at very close range, which includes some spells. I just don't think that anything other than throw pixie or shoot gun was taken into account with that boss's design. And that's unfortunate. Once Celissa starts dancing, I want to keep her on 1 HP, keep her in the state. We bullied Celissa earlier, Rohith. You'd be happy to know. I equipped the spell that must not be named, just to show that it's the difference between a really fast Celissa kill with Dreadwind and literally killing her before she can do her second phase. Just wonder because you're 7 Celissa Streak Chambers. Yeah, I'm still annoyed about that, but ultimately I still do prefer Celissa to Imelda. Which I suppose is a pretty damning indictment of Imelda, huh? Oh, goddamn barrel. So you have in some ways given in. Just for showcasing purposes. Is Bell the worst boss design I've ever done? No. No. Still better than Borderlands 2 boss design. So it's still got that going for it. Saturn has entered the chat. Truckosaurus. Coughed. You see, the beautiful thing about that is you all gave different answers to prove my point correct. You all thought of a different boss. I wasn't even thinking of any of those. Like... Barrels, yeah. Yeah, it's... Can we get healing barrels in Chaos Chamber at some point? Because that'd be lovely. Like, they're great in the PLCs and in the story. Just like them in the end game as well. Oh, same frame. That's cool. Honestly, don't remember any of the BL2 bosses. It's better that way. Whenever someone tells you they'd like to see bosses from previous Borderlands games come back, and they don't specifically mean Borderlands 3, you know they have not actually spent much time fighting those bosses. Cromerax aside. Cromerax in BL1 was great. Doesn't have to watch you on my laptop as well as my Xbox. I don't accrue points on Xbox. Huh. How do... different accounts? No, it couldn't be that. How does that work? I've never used like the Twitch app on a console, so I don't know how it works. Or save rolling in the first bit. You know, the right weapons lag has used hurt so bad with the construction loader. Four Assassins was a decent fight, really scary though. So, here's the thing about that, Chris. 4 Assassins? Sure. But people gatekeep Valkyries out of being considered a boss. And I consider Valkyries more a boss than, like, that. So, you know, that's where I'm coming from. Chat access, for some reason, I don't think it tracks points. I mean, do you normally watch on Xbox, Yaliper? Because you had the points. Maybe it just doesn't show them. Not people giving more leeway than that. That's true. You are in person. Might have been overeager there. Yeah, good control. Old Quack melee against me, not boss discussions.
You know the name of this save is literally Quag Melee, right? Doesn't show here. I do? Okay. Okay, let's see what we got here. Do I roll rings? I want gemstones for the launcher build. Really, because you used all rat saves. Yeah, yeah. Let's hope for some Barbarossa last minute here. Give me Barbalode. ISP, you good? Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it dropped me down to 700 bitrate. And it's like staying there. Yeah, that's not my PC or anything. That's I hate it here. Now that's your one nostalgia right there. Yeah, I don't know why my ISP decided, yeah, you don't get anything nice. A little better now. Yeah, it's climbing. It's up to 900 bitrate on my end. Oh, 1,000? Can we make 1,000? Getting there, getting closer. It's going up like 7 at a time. Oh, it went down. Oh, oh, almost there, almost there. Oh, it's down again. God damn it. Volatile Barbalode, all damage, gun reload speed, lightning clawbringer. That's a good Barbalode. Holy. That'd have been Stabbo over Claw. I'd have creamed a bit, but I'll take it. Yo, we broke 1,000. Let's go. Bitrate is shy when you're watching. Yeah, I looked away and it went up by 200. This is the last one for the day? Yeah, yeah. I'ma head out now. Pull my hair and call me Barb. No. Excuse me? Sir? Remember you wanted Claw Barbalode? True! Anyway, yeah. That's gonna be it for today. So, as a reminder, I will not be live tomorrow. Tomorrow's my scheduled day off. But for anyone new here, I came over from Soccer Chicks Raid, for example. If you like looter shooters and builds kinds of games, I play those. Been mostly Wonderlands for the last 3 months, but I have other stuff planned. But yeah, I'm live 6 days a week. I'll be live Monday, 9:30, 9-ish a.m. Eastern. Let's find somewhere for us to go. We'll do a raid. Who's live? Who's doing the thing? Let's see, Dame's playing the Quarry. I've been trying to stay, like, out of the loop on the Quarry in case I decide to play it. See, Glenny's on. Karma's also playing the Quarry. Tweety's playing Tarkov. Lazy's on Wonderlands. He's doing maker runs and new legendary farming. Not a lot of people in my following on right now. So, yeah, I guess we'll go to Lazy. That's not gonna be the raid message. No, but the copy pasta from Soccer Chick was exceptional. Let's go say hi to Lazy. But thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. I will see you on Monday. I'm sweating a little bit less about the challenge now, so feels good. And I'll try to knock out some of the spell testing that I've got lined up. Please the message, please. Um, no, I'm not doing that. You guys do what you want with the raid message. Do what you want. I'm gonna spam Quag Chad. I'm not doing that. I'm not saying that. I can't control you though, so I'll catch you guys next time. Thank you so much for all the love, all the support. I know I said a lot, but it does mean a lot to me. Bye.